going to stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we are coming out of recess. Stacy, will you read the roll call, please?
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Melly Garthwaite, Council at Large, present.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Brian Locks, Council at Large, present.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan is absent. Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Ruby Melton, Councilwoman, 2nd District, present.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali, 3rd District, present.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Councilman Gary Donovan, 4th District, present.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Good evening, Mr. McMillan here, District 5, present.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan is absent. Councilwoman Catherine Tucker is absent but on her way. Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Councilman Christopher Vargo, 8th District, present.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Councilwoman Katie Muller, 9th District, present.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Stephen Johnstone, 10th District, present.
And Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal, present.
Thank you, Stacy. This evening we have our state representatives, Bill Heffernan, MJ Shannon, and Trinae McGee to talk about some funding. If you don't mind coming up to the podium, please. You can all come up at the same time.
Ta-da. Yeah, you are. Hi,
Good
guys.
evening. How are you?
Thanks for having us here. Do you want to say something? I just wrote a little something down.
We can ask our questions, or you
Oh,
guys,
wait,
if
that's
you guys
good,
have
yeah.
anything to. Yeah, you could start, and then we can ask questions. However, you want to do
Okay.
it.
I just wrote down a couple things that came to my mind when I was thinking about it. Me and Trinae are both on the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, so we just passed the revenue package, the bonding package, and everything that comes along with that. So, and a lot of things that came to my mind were education based in our school system. So, in the bonding package, we put in $30 million for what they're calling DRIP, and that's like district renovation improvement project. Something I can't remember the exact acronym, but that would be a $30 million annually that school districts can actually then apply to get those funds and use them in their school districts. And it is if there's excess funds at the end of the year, they actually do just roll over, and so it can keep growing if there's more and more bigger projects coming. And then I was looking at how in the proposed PROPS budget that was actually passed through the committee last week, they did fully fund the ECS cost sharing, which we don't know how that's going to turn out when it gets to the floor, but we're going to stay hopeful with that.
Yeah.
Did you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, so for the cost formula funding, it's both an exciting and kind of challenging thing for West Haven because we are considered an allied district, and the definition and reworking of allied districts sort of kind of leaves us on the outskirts of really getting the necessary funding that we need. Even though we're not like a New Haven or like a Hartford or like a Bridgeport, we sort of are like a New Haven because we're very diverse, and we've taken a lot of special education students as well as immigrant and refugee students because we had a strong relationship and still do with New Haven and Iris. And so we would take in an influx of students on need-based, and every single thing they needed, whether it was wheelchairs or things that were mechanically custom designed for a student, they would receive. And so but because West Haven isn't looked at like New Haven, we don't get the same funding or support, when in actuality we really do the same work. So that is one of the things that I've brought up to the education chair, and I've spoke to the governor about as well, because we are considered an allied district. There was a disparity study done across the state of Connecticut, and we were one of the towns with high disparity rates as it relates to public health. One of the things that we actually just passed yesterday was an act concerning maternal and infant health care, which would help to significantly improve some of the public health challenges in West Haven. We were ranked high in asthma for youth, as well as even opioid addiction. So that study to me really put in perspective statistically the resources that we really need in West Haven to serve the populations that really are experiencing at-risk medical situations. We secured over $1 million in CIF SIF funding for the Veterans Memorial Hospital, which was really exciting because we have the largest Veterans Memorial Hospital in the state. And everyone from all over the state comes to the Veterans Memorial Hospital. So that's a great addition that we really not only need, but I really do believe we deserve. So that's a great highlight that we're currently focused on. I will keep you all updated with the disparity studies and what that will look like, as well as the ECS cost funding for education and how that will impact West Haven.
Yeah. And just the last note I had on the education, we have this year the Special Education Select Committee is doing their work. They still, I don't believe they actually passed either of their bills yet out of the committee to get to the floor, but one of them actually discusses actually putting rate caps on the outplacement special education facilities. So we've seen there are certain of these entities that really price gouge a lot, and they take a lot of money from the districts. So they're trying to put those caps on how much they can actually charge, and then hopefully that would actually help in turn then add a little bit more money back into the budget instead of going to still having the same services but not charging these astronomical rates that they charge. Great. That's what I had on that on notes for that. Yeah.
Thank you both. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah.
Councilman Locks?
Hey, thanks for coming tonight. I appreciate it. Allied District.
Yeah,
That's what you said, correct?
that's where Allied District.
What does that mean? What does that stand for?
So basically, we are not as large as a New Haven or a Hartford, so we don't receive the same funding in education or additional funding that they do. And that typically is just really by student population. But we actually really do. We're just a smaller town than New Haven.
Okay.
So we're considered a district that, like collaboratively, we might do the same things as a New Haven or a Bridgeport or a Hartford, but we have less students,
Okay.
like a smaller student population. And I mean, if you look at our statistics based on special education students, the costs associated with it, immigrant and refugee students, the costs associated with it, it really is no different than New Haven, except obviously theirs would be a little larger. They have many high schools, many elementary schools, many middle schools, but we don't really receive the funding that we really need in West Haven. And we have so many students here that we've made way for, even through through Iris's education program. And so one of the things that I was speaking to the governor about, and I spoke to the chair of education about, is what happens with a city like West Haven, where we do mirror the need and the resourceful need like New Haven, but we don't get the same attention. And so, I mean, while I think they're very understanding of it, it's sort of hard to. The idea of this is really based in funds. It's based in fiscal responsibility. So while I'm thinking about what we need, for obviously for the governor, he's thinking about the money and the money and it being associated with the budget, and so like if Bridgeport or West Haven or Hartford has the greatest need because they have the biggest school populations, and then statistically, I mean, this is the truth, but some of those areas are also where we see either the most impoverished students, homeless students, or students who graduate and cannot read, which I don't know if you saw, but recently there was a young lady who graduated from Hartford Public School, went on to college, and literally could not read. They sort of, assume that those are the areas that need more funding. But in actuality, not only do we have high-performing students here in West Haven, we also really take in everyone. And that was something that Neil Cavallero, superintendent, has said in a meeting we had. And it really is, it's the truth. We really do take in everyone and create space for everyone.
So, hey, just to follow up on that, Alliance District funding is different from Ally funding, correct?
That we are an alliance district. That's what
Oh, so-
it is.
okay,
Yes.
so-
Yeah, we are an alliance district.
So this really is Alliance District funding.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is different. It's a little different than obviously like other areas who may receive more funding because they're bigger.
But it's more about funding for, isn't it more about funding for sort of underperforming areas and that sort of thing? Isn't that part of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Which probably statistically is many cities across the
Sure.
state.
Yep.
Obviously, if you look at like a Fairfield Public Schools,
Yep.
their public schools are just as high performing as a private school, in another area where people are paying for their children to receive a quality education.
Okay. Thank you for that. I thought it was the Alliance.
Same thing,
District.
Alliance District,
Same
Allied
thing.
District.
Same
Yep.
thing. Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Melton.
Thank you. Trinae,
I'm a tag team billing here in a minute. Tag team billing here in a minute.
swig. Take a
Yeah,
swig.
yeah.
Just a little more clarification on this. I'm a little confused. Does the state not look at, I mean, do they look at us statistically? I mean, in terms of not just need, but the, the populations that you've described? I mean, how do they just, even though New Haven has a larger population, we mirror, the same groups that are being, that they're considering for this type of funding. I'm still having a hard time understanding the thinking behind why they don't think of us. In the same
Great
way.
question. Great question. Sometimes I have a hard time too, and we'll do our best in answering. But I really believe if education was funded the right way, it would be like $700 million. It truly would be like $1 billion, because even for some districts it may be $10,000 to $20,000 more per special education student, per immigrant student. We had heard about students who obviously English is their second language. Some of them have come from countries where they've never been in schools, period, or in schools with the opposite gender. So the costs associated with those children who require different needs are way more obviously expansive than for the average sort of student. So while I would say I look at statistics, that's a really great question, because I don't know, because with what we've passed and on the basis of how much we've put into it, it doesn't seem like it is. $30 million, that can go to one city. That can go to one area. When you look at Hartford, when you look at Bridgeport, one of the students testified and said, listen, like, my school doesn't have bathroom stall doors. By the end of the year, kids are bringing their own tissue to school. So that can really go to one area, one location. And I also understand that sometimes, what it does seem like is if we fund colleges and universities, then we'll retract or limit funds for K-12. Or if we fund K-12, we'll retract or limit funds for higher ed, because we're funding some form of education when really the need is it's expansively great. So, but that's a good question. I look at statistics. Do I think others do? I don't know.
Okay, well, maybe we need some lobbying here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another thing too that I actually is something that I recently not learned about, but like got more information on, is how when we talk about charter schools and them diverting funds away from our public schools, we've actually had I've seen increases in the amount of charter schools we've seen trying to come and start, and then once they come in through the process and we give them funds, that makes them like officially like on the road, and we've been seeing an increase in that, and that also always messes up how much then our public schools get in
Yeah.
in the long run. So I think that's something that the education committee and even the special education committee are working on as well.
And I want to piggyback off of that too. Is we really haven't seen a student population increase, and either that's because people are moving out of the state, or there are people are doing other things. They said even homeschooling is increased. So I am not necessarily the biggest proponent of charter schools. We don't have charter schools in West Haven, so my advocacy is public schools.
Yeah.
Magnet school. I even benefited from. I went to high school at co-op. But we see applications with an increase in charter schools, and I think there was one application where it's like an all black boys school. Like, I understand the different desires and needs and what is behind them, while at the same time, public schools have to take in everyone. When you don't have a formula for a child with special needs, or now ADHD or ADD is seen as a special need, which is different from when I was in school. What I see in my district is we have kids starting school in West Haven in the middle of the school year because they were removed from charter schools. So it's not like we actually need an increase in schools, because the student population really is decreasing. We just really need better funded schools. And I think when we have better funded schools, we have obviously stronger families that really trust our educational system. So that is another challenge. I'm always kind of, the Dems are always very split on charter schools. We were this year as well with the charter school approval process application. And so that's another challenge that I think really does divert funds from public schools, and at least with public schools and public educational institutions, there's oversight.
Thank you. Councilwoman Muller?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Trinae, when you say we don't really receive the funding in West Haven or get the same attention, can you walk me through the process of how West Haven gets funding?
So, for every district, it pretty primarily is the same. It's based on the student population and the need for each school, and what it is based on their student population. So, for example, a Norwalk, where you do have reps that are championing charter schools. They're championing charter schools because they're public schools they feel like haven't really met the need of the student population. So, this is just an example. Say if there's a pie and 12% of the students are special education, 14% are immigrant refugee students, 20% is school choice, and for example, while that's great, these are students that we still are putting money behind, but they're being bussed out of our district, right? So say if that is our West Haven percentage, and then for New Haven, it's 30% are immigrant refugee students, and 35% is special education, and then they have less school choice because they have kind of like an array to sort of choose from. And then it's seen as a bigger population that meets the needs of bigger people. They most likely will receive more than we do. So it really is sort of based off population, and then the population of kids in schools. And because because we are an alliance district, there are less students that come from New Haven or from like an Orange to come to school here, because you have to live here to go to our schools here, versus like a New Haven where they do have school choice and they have kids bused from all over Connecticut. So they are not only getting state funding, but even funding from other school districts. And so that's sort of how that has looked for us. And I think like there are other school districts that kind of are in the same place as us. But I think West Haven is way more diverse, not only in theory, but literally than we are perceived to be. And so that was one of the questions that I had asked is, what happens when we implement these laws that say we want to protect, immigrant and refugee kids, or we want to create a system for them, and we haven't really defined what Alliance District is. Is West Haven also included in that?
And now are the three of you responsible for getting funding for West Haven in particular, or is there somebody in particular?
So partially, partially we're responsible for getting funds for West Haven, and then there's the other part of it where the chairs and the governor sort of determine, what funds look like like, for example, if the drip fund is $30 million for the drip fund, that's from our leadership, so we don't know exactly how much is coming to West Haven. We're not necessarily included in that conversation.
Yeah, our involvement in that process would be more trying to, meet in with OPM and the governor's office so we can try to increase the dollar amounts, but that's really where the negotiation happens in those settings. Not something like when we talk about bonding or things like that. That is something we are actively looking for, and we go and fill out an application and have those discussions. But when it comes to the school funding for our schools, that's more done on the OPM side, and then they come and we do the budget process and the approach. So there is input, but it's not always like, all right, we need to like increase it by that much all the time. So.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Virgo?
Thank you. One of the main themes that we heard through our budget deliberations, Trinae, I know that you've been through them, is a number of our departments are very concerned about federal funding cuts. A lot of those grant monies our departments rely upon to push programs through, to fund certain operations, and they've been upfront and honest with us. So my specific question is there anything that you all can do, and what is being done to try to offset some of those cuts with state dollars? Is there anything that we might be able to be expecting or hopeful for?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. A few years ago, I put in a request for the fire department, the Allentown Fire Department, and it was cut. And I was told you could redirect those funds because the governor at that point felt like municipalities really should be putting money behind local fire departments. So we're sort of in like a holding period to really find out, what it will look like. What it's going to look like in our efforts to fund areas where the federal government is cutting. Because the system I was used to was we would try to have to figure out how our local fire department would get money because the municipalities are supposed to back it. But now look at the position that we're in. And so we had a town hall, and we had a lot of questions like this. And, a bit of us are like, working to the best of our ability to really figure out what's next to come. So, while our constituents are like, what is going on, or what's the next thing, or what is our president doing, we kind of are as well. And so I know the number one thing that we had turned our attention to especially was public health and Medicare. And that was based on the population of our seniors and those who just need medical attention, and then Husky. And so I know that has been like a top priority, but, I'm really frustrated this legislative session. Very, very frustrated. And I've been very vocal about it because I really believe this is my transparent truth. Everyone knows I have my own mind. I really just believe that we haven't been focused on what people truly need. And the same things that really got the president elected, to me, are the things that have been the driving force behind policy. When working class people have made clear, right, that like they feel neglected and overlooked. And so if it were up to me, that would be the biggest priority, because I think they felt like they weren't heard, and in some ways they weren't. So I am a little frustrated because I feel like we're not doing what we really truly can, the ways in which we can, But then at the same time, I really do appreciate leadership because they're working around the clock to do what they can in a time and season and place where we just don't know what they're doing. We don't know what they're doing federally.
Do you have any insights on any specific bonding packages that might be available to West Haven? I know that we have a bunch of capital projects that we're working on, and if we could free up some of our local dollars with dollars from the state, that would certainly help our budget.
You want to answer around bonding?
Just to add kind of what Trinae is saying, when you look at it, the hardest part is what we are almost in this holding pattern for is if the governor is going to declare an emergency, and that lets us open up the rainy day fund to have those extra funds as a cushion. That is the one option on that end. And then what we did on finance was we actually freed up, we put into a special account just $700 million, which is not a lot at all in the scheme of things. But that is really right now, the rainy day fund and this $700 million are like the real only cushion that there actually is. So everyone in the state is trying to go after these dollars. That's where it's going to get a little hairy, and we're going to have to put the gloves on. But yeah.
This conversation requires the shifting of fiscal guardrails.
Mm-hmm.
And we already know where our colleagues across the aisle are when it comes to fiscal guardrails, right? But like a lot of our colleagues in our own caucus are sort of split on it. For various reasons. We have a super diverse caucus, a super majority. So of course, like I remember coming from the council and getting that experience, and then you walk to the Capitol and there's like 90 plus people from all over Connecticut in the caucus. And it's like, whoa, your district needs something completely different than mine. But the fiscal guardrails conversation, it's a controversial one. I am, when we really need what we need and we are being told there's this surplus, I am really hopeful to the fact that we can maybe use a bit of what's in this, what would shift the fiscal guardrails because we need it, which we were actually told that fiscal guardrails would not even impact rainy day. So it wouldn't go into the funding for, emergency. So, for example, I was working on myself and two other reps were working on a really big speaker priority, HB 5003, an act concerning early child care. And that was because as we looked at the top several things in the state of Connecticut that were at need based, like right now, I think 2 or 3 was child care. And so this bill would have put $100 million into an endowment for early childhood education and preschool that would have expanded and protected providers, which in my district alone, I have about 4 to 5 at-home providers. This is a occupation that's primarily women, primarily like women of color, and it would have not only expanded, early child care providing, but also centers because we have a 40,000 child care slot deficit. And so what we see and what I see in West Haven is that parents are staying home because they can't either afford child care or there's not enough space for them. And so this phenomenal bill. We had 4 to 5 meetings a week with experts. Beth Bai from the Office of Early Childhood Education, who's an expert. Experts from all over. But this conversation, no matter all the work put in it, would require a conversation around fiscal guardrail shifting. And so Senator Winfield has really been a huge champion and proponent of shifting the guardrails because that would, the funds will sort of rain a little bit more into an area like West Haven. But right now, HB 5003 is sort of on hold because as much as our state needs it, and that is something that everyone can walk away from saying we all benefited from it. It's the governor is not really, I don't think, ready to budge on that. So,
Do you have any sense? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi.
Hi.
I think the bottom line is
I didn't expect it.
I reach over and grab the microphone.
Ditto.
We're not going to know. Like you guys, you got to pass your budget, then we have to pass ours, and that's before the federal government gets done with theirs. So right now we're like I said, in a holding pattern. But the hope is, even with all these cuts that they're making, we don't know how that's going to affect everybody in the long run. But the hope is that the money that's being cut is just going to be diverted to other departments. Like I was at the library conference today, and of course their library and museum funds were slashed. I don't think they're just going to go away. I think they're probably going to take them from, the endowment of the arts or whatever they came from and put them over in some other department, right? Human services or some such thing. But we won't know, right? So you have to wait. And if things get bad, the governor will declare a financial emergency. And in the shape that we're in with the rainy day fund and the surplus, we can weather a pretty good storm, much better than most of the other states. Not that we want to, but we've got some money put aside, like Trinae said. We're looking at $1.4 billion just in case. Hopefully, we won't have to do that. But I think that especially with Gary Winfield's a powerhouse up in the Senate, and if he gets behind moving the fiscal guardrails, a lot of people are going to get in line behind him. So I don't think we really have to worry about disaster. It's going to hurt a little bit maybe, but we can, Connecticut is in a good spot financially to weather a storm. And so we don't have to, no reason to panic, but, we have to move forward cautiously and be careful what we do, so.
Do you have any specifics on the additional funds for special education? Because I know that's a big number for those of us in West Haven.
Like 40 million, right?
Yeah. Is it?
Are
is
you
it
on
30?
the select committee?
No, I'm not.
I think
just
it's
was
40
like,
million.
Get it.
Yeah,
gather
I believe
that.
it's 40 million. But I don't know if there was I'm not on the select committee, but I can find out. But I'm not sure if there was a specific amount for West Haven. We just believe that it will be 40 million in the budget for
Total.
special education.
So that's total across the board.
Total across the
Yeah.
board. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So we'll find out
We
actually after
passed
pass
40
the-
million for this budget, and we got 500,000. Now, whether that same formula goes in, I don't know, but that's what we got. We ended up with $500,000 out of that. So
Okay. Thank you.
When
Madam Chair.
you're welcome. When you passed your budget and had that money for special education, what are the odds that we're going to receive that 40 million? Are we going to get that all in one shot, or how does that work?
You mean for the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
If we pass it, we get it. Yeah. If it's in the budget, it's in the budget. Mm-hmm. That's what we'll find out when we vote on it, and then we're emailed the dollar amount.
Right.
Yeah.
Sort of.
That makes sense.
So, yeah, but if it's in the budget, and that's what we're being told, that it's in the budget, that the governor supports that.
Okay, good.
So I'm
that was
really
my next
assuming that it'll
question.
be in the budget.
Okay,
Mhm.
excellent. Any other questions? Chairman Pascal.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
Thank you all for being here. I believe this is the first time anything like this has been done during our budget process, so I appreciate you guys coming. Obviously, you guys are eyes and ears in Hartford, and we appreciate your input. With that being said, is there any unfunded mandates that you guys know that from the budget that you're working on that we might have to be faced with?
So we had a bill come out of education to address unfunded mandate relief. I think the greatest area where we had unfunded mandates was education. And I remember talking to Kebby, this was like 2 years ago, a year ago, and she said, listen, like, we'll do these things, but they have to come with money. We can't just have all these mandates. So we had a mandate relief bill where they're working on sort of stripping some of the mandates that were placed on our educational departments that did not come with a dollar amount. So, for example, we passed Arabic and Islamic studies, and that was an example of something where there didn't necessarily have to be a price tag to it. There are many schools that are already teaching Arabic, Farsi, Urdu, Pashto, and so teachers are going to create curriculum around it, right? Versus like, what's a mandate? I mean, there's been so many, versus a mandate that we have put into place in education. So there is mandate relief coming for boards of eds. That's my committee and area where I think we had the most underfunded mandate.
Senator Gordon has a bill that's pending, which will do away with unfunded mandates. Whether we can get that through or not, I don't know. But and I'm of the same mind. Like, how do we go and tell the city of West Haven, hey, you got to do this and pay for it yourself? If we come up with it ourselves in Hartford should pay for it, and that's my personal opinion. I'm sure you all agree with that. So, but he's got a bill in the works. I don't, whether it gets any traction or not, I'm not sure. But I know there's a lot of people. You're not alone. All across the state, it's like oh, this is a great idea. Why do we have to pay for it? And you're telling us we have to do it. So.
Right. Well, thank you for that, and keep us posted on what happens, because obviously, if it falls down to us, this budget process is something we're trying to avoid things like that. As far as pilot funds, we obviously depend on pilot funds a great deal in the city of West Haven. Is there any appetite in the state to increase the formula or give more relief to people that can't use the land as they see fit, and it's tied up using the pilot funds?
I don't know. There's certainly an appetite from the municipalities, and I spending a lot of time on that lately. What do you get? What 66 cents on the dollar, and kind of if the state feels like paying us. So I would like to see that increased. Certainly, Dorinda will tell you we're in the top 20 municipalities in the state of non-taxable land. You know. City of Hartford, 52% of their land is non-taxable. So, that's a burden, another burden that we have to, we have to shoulder. And you're getting 66 cents on the dollar is not it's not really sustainable either. It's better than nothing, but it's not knocking it out of the park. So we'll see what we can do. I don't know how we can get something like that passed. To try to make it more than that. It should be 100% in my opinion. But even if we got it to 75% or something.
Right. We count on you guys to support it when it comes up, if it does come up, because that's a big deal to us.
Yeah.
Are there any projects going on that I know projects get added and sometimes they get taken off? Is there anything that we threw on this year's budget to bring back to West Haven, any money or funds?
Yeah, better the VA hospital. That's one.
Just the VA. The SIF funds that we got. Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
Which there's another round of that opening.
Yeah.
Because of that. Yep. Yeah.
Nothing else in the pipeline you can think of?
Just little. I've got some small project. I'm trying to get $10,000 for the Campbell Grave archaeological dig. I'm trying to get $25,000 for the Veterans Museum, which we usually get that every year, but it's not in the budget. I'm trying to get it annualized, so we get it. I don't have to go ask for it every year. We just get it automatically. At least
that's another thing. Annualized things are in jeopardy.
Yeah. So there's a few things like that, but nothing like I don't have any giant $1 million projects going on yet. But I have to sit down with the mayor and see what she needs.
Do that soon. Get us some money.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for answering the questions. I'm sure I'll have some weird stuff later on, but thank you, Chairman.
You're very welcome. Councilman Vargo?
Thank you. I think for the first time since I've joined the City Council, the chairman actually stole my question. It's very frustrating when that happens. I was going to ask about the pilot funds because I think that it's very important that Hartford understands that when a municipality has a pretty high percentage of untaxable real estate, that really cuts into our bottom line. And if you're saying that we're in the top 20, maybe those 20 municipalities can build some sort of a coalition and just try to make some moves and try to get some additional money. But so I hope that you all and your counterparts in those municipalities might be able to get together and hopefully get some relief for us. Other than that, I did also just want to thank you all for agreeing to my invitation. I really appreciate you all coming down, and we're all in this together. I know you're all Westies, so I'm very thankful for that, and thank you for everything you've done for the VA. I know that you all worked hard on that. I know the mayor was also very instrumental in that project as well. So just thank you for everybody.
Councilwoman Tucker?
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for being here. It's good to see you all. You might have talked about this before I got here because I got here a little late, and I do apologize for that. Can you talk a little bit, if you're able, about the cuts that are anticipated as it relates to Medicare, Medicaid, whatever you might be able to share about that, and where will we feel the biggest impact from your perspective?
I think there was it this? Did I see an article today? Or basically, the thing is that we're hearing from the other side that no federal cuts have happened yet, and all this, but you see the budgets that they're proposing up there, and there are these 800. They need to get rid of $800 million somehow, and it is going to come from Medicaid. And so that we had the discussion, I don't know if you were in here, about there's, either the rainy day funds, or I said that we did put a $700 million away as well to try to cushion some stuff, but it's really just, it sucks, but waiting and really seeing what dollar amount they do take away from it, if it's going to be $1 billion in Medicaid or not, that's really what we don't know. And it's hard to speculate really what, if they're going to be, because of what we've been doing with education and stuff? Are they going to not take us favorably and take more money, or what? So it's
Well, I just think about the kids with, especially during COVID, we found out how kids were hungry. They didn't have food. We managed to make sure that they got food even during that time.
They-
So I just think about those
They
kinds
insist that no services will be cut, but that remains to be seen. You know, money's got to come from somewhere.
Right.
Let's hope no services are cut. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman McMillan. You're all set? Councilman Locks.
your microphone turned off.
I just want to build on what Katie Muller had said earlier about process. So when it comes to the DRIP funding,
Yeah.
I mean, there's like, I don't know, 35 to 40 underperforming districts in the state of Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to the city of West Haven, do you guys like sit with Neil Cavallaro and say, listen, our budget's $95 million this year, but do you do like a gap analysis with them to say, hey, there's $35 million available. We have some, I don't know, underperforming classes, whatever grade is, it really doesn't matter. How does that work? And then at what point in time, you talked about an application process. Can you kind of just walk us through that?
I've sat down with Neil one-on-one. I've sat down with him in a group. And, of course, he's the superintendent of schools, so he needs millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Sure.
Where we get that money from, I don't know. One of the things about being an alliance district, as I'm sure you guys are aware, is whatever you give the Board of Education, you can never take anything away. You can't cut them back. So, it's kind of a catch-22. You want to not give the Board of Education money, and who does that hurt? Does it hurt the students? Does it hurt the teachers? They're never going to come and say, "Oh, we didn't need that," So, he's of course the special ed is a huge drain. The transportation part is gigantic.
Yep.
Even though it may not even be a lot of students, it's just the cost and the logistics of the few that they have that go out of town for services. Like I said, hopefully we'll get some of that special education money.
Yep.
How they split that up or where that goes is basically up to you guys, I think, once it filters down. But
Yeah, I mean, it's not a substitute for budgetary money, correct? Like, doesn't it get earmarked for like certain projects that maybe he would define, or does it not work that way?
You're talking about the one that the ECS. Yeah. So, to my understanding, most of just from what I've learned so far, it's basically you kind of have to have that outline of a plan to really get any sort of funding. It's hard to walk in and be like, well, can we just have $1 million for this? They're kind of like, well, show me the plan for that. So when it comes, I believe that's how it would work in that sense. And as Bill said, we did sit down and meet with him, and it was that the special education, the transportation with that, and we've seen a lot of actually, Trinae mentioned it a little bit too, those English as a second language students have been increasing in our schools, needing more staff. And then you asked just a little bit about the DRIP program. In right now where it is, it's actually up to the legislature to write how it will be distributed or how municipalities can get that. What I was reading and when I talked to the proponents, they basically saw it as kind of how the local capital improvement projects work, where the municipalities just work to get those funds in that way. But we haven't written yet the actual process for getting those funds for the DRIP program. So that is pending legislation.
So at the end of the day, are you talking about DRIP money can be used to supplement transportation costs?
No, this would be specifically for like the buildings and actual infrastructure of the schools, not like the transportation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the DRIP money is not there to help West Haven in terms of underperformance?
No, just say one of the schools. We've been doing a lot of renovations to the schools, but like if this program was already there when we were starting that, we could have been able to get some money from the state to assist with those improvements.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Of course.
Yep.
Any other questions? we'd like to thank all of you for coming tonight, and we appreciate all the work that you do up in Hartford, and thank you for answering all of our questions. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to say, like, this, I'm sure, is the sentiment of my colleagues. This is an ongoing conversation. We don't know, as we keep saying, we're in this holding pattern. So as things progress and you guys deliberate your budget and there are certain gaps in there, we are here to hear where those gaps are and want to help to fill them.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Of course. Yeah.
West Haven's always on our mind. So
Always.
you have
Especially
prime-
because your mayor
you
is
have
so good
prime
at letting
working
us know.
legislators. No, for real. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. We really
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
it. All right, we are going to recess into caucus. Oh, no.
Point of order.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Gormley needs to leave in about
Oh.
a half hour, so
Okay.
Madam Chair, if he could come up and maybe answer any last minute questions, or if he has anything to give us.
I apologize. Yes, absolutely. Mr. Gormany? Thank you, Councilman.
All right, good evening,
I
everyone.
forgot you were sitting back there. I apologize.
That's all right. I like to stay in the background sometimes, don't worry.
Yeah.
So I'm here to answer any questions.
Yes, does anyone have any last minutes questions? Councilman Vargo.
Thank you. I just wanted to just generally kick it off, Mike. We received a memo from the mayor with some recommendations on adjustments to income and expenses. I understand that when she gives us our budget, or when she prepares a budget between February, and April, and we get in April, there's of course, changes that she wanted to put in here. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to maybe discuss a high overview of them, just so we just have some background knowledge of why these adjustments are being recommended. So when we go into caucus, we can, take that information with us.
Absolutely, I'll give you. So thank you, Councilman Vargo. As the mayor mentioned last night, and as Councilman Vargo just mentioned, we generally go through the budget after it's submitted. Because as the mayor mentioned, there's information that comes in afterward. So we wanted to recommend, after reviewing all the data, just various points on the revenue and expenditure side that we could suggest to the council to help mitigate or lower the mill rate as proposed by the mayor. So looking at the list that the mayor mentioned, just giving a high level overview, there were a couple of lines on taxes, for example. Motor vehicle supplemental, we were seeing a better rate from a collection standpoint this fiscal year. And we also looked at the trend in looking at the supplemental balances and things like that. As you know, supplemental motor vehicles are vehicles that are added basically around October, and they get added onto your January bill just based on the timing of when you purchase the vehicle. So we looked at just different trends and the overall collection rate. So we felt comfortable adding about $50,000 to that line. Our tax levies, we felt comfortable looking at the balances, what we think will go out as far as lien sales, things like that. We added some money there. Building permits, the mayor talked about last night on some of the projects that came in and were being discussed after her proposed budget. City clerks, recording instruments, that's the conveyance fee and things like that for the city clerk's office. That's actually looking better than projected for this year. And based on development and development discussions, we increased that by $200,000. Investment income, we increased by $200,000 as well. So we initially took that down to a conservative level, but looking at where we think things will go in our cash balances and how our cash flow would flow next fiscal year, we did increase that by another couple of 100,000, and then the mayor talked about sale of properties, but that was another couple of 100,000. So overall, we felt comfortable increasing the revenue by about $1 million. And then on the expenditure side, we really did review some of our expenditures and some of the budgets, and especially some of the things that have come in after we submitted the budget, because sometimes some of these expenses are more towards the end of the year. So we really don't know in the beginning, really until that last quarter is starting to happen where it's trending. So the physical auto damage, we did review that line. We found that there were some one-time payments in there for this fiscal year, which is why that average was higher, or the projected amount for this year was higher, which was throwing off the average, the 3-year averages and things like that. So we were able to reduce that by about 200,000. We looked at workers' compensation. Again, I gave during the risk management presentation, we have a great risk manager who has a wealth of experience. She's been on top of workers' compensation claims, working with Paul Dorsey and Corporation Counsel. So we looked at that trend and also talked to our third-party administrator who helps us with workers' comp as well on that budget. Unallocated contingency, we did take a review on that. That was a question that actually came up during my first presentation on unallocated contingency. So if you remember, unallocated contingency really is for salaries for union contracts that are open. So we have 1103, our supervisory and professional union. Police is coming up. We have AFD. Remember, appointed officials follow the 1103 from a benefits and general wage increase, things like that. And then on the non-personnel side, that fund is also for unanticipated expenses that may come up, or last year we used part of that funding. We actually separated it last year, but put it back into the funding for the next budget cycle. But any additional election expenses that may come up. So after reviewing everything and really looking at that projection, we actually felt comfortable reducing that by 220,000 on the expense side. And then we looked at utilities as well. Something we were looking at. There were a couple of there was a utility line in street lighting that we took down. That was based on the trend and everything as well that we seen going into this fiscal year. When we submitted the budget, we didn't actually have all the expenses in there. There was still a catch-up period, but I can confidently say we are current and looked at that trend as well. So that was reduced by 150,000. And then there were a couple of offsets and moves that really netted to zero, which were highlighted, which were on the mayor's sheet as well.
Is that the maintenance service agreement increased by 169,600 and then a reduction in the same
Correct.
amount for 8? Can you speak to that?
Yes. So the HR pay outsourcing line, which was, I actually had to ask what that was because it was a little confusing. That is actually our payroll software. So if you remember during the IT presentation, I said for accounting and reporting purposes, we're really trying to take all our maintenance and software agreements and put them all in the IT line. So because that's a software maintenance and that's a software service, we wanted to move that to the IT line.
Got it.
And then the other one that net to zero was one we had discussed during the presentation, was just breaking out that 10,000 ethics line and creating one for fair rent and ethics. So overall, there was a expenditure savings of about 740,000. So the two together, we were able to apply about 1.7 million in either savings or revenue increases to the mayor's proposed budget.
Great. And I know that this would not have been proposed if you did not do all that legwork, but just for the record, all this is backed up by the data from year-to-date data that you all
Correct.
looked at.
Correct.
Great. This is only my second budget as being a council person, but I have watched many budget meetings, and I don't recall an administration putting together a comprehensive package like this after the budget's been proposed. So thank you to your team, and please convey my thanks to the mayor too.
We absolutely will. I think the mayor really did her due diligence in looking. When I tell you every line item, she was asking about $5,000 line items just to make sure we had all our backup and everything, and that it was truly needed. So
I know that we
Yep.
could be a pain during this process, but thank you very much for everything you've done, and you've been very responsive. So if we don't say it enough, thank you. Oh, not you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions? Councilwoman Garthwaite?
Can you let us know if you found that mill rate?
yes, so the question was posed to me on and I'll kind of rephrase the question as well just to make sure I have it correct, is to generate tax savings for city residents, what would the mill rate need to be? And I'm assuming probably like 95% of the tax, because remember, everything wasn't created equal in this reval. So, unfortunately, the average was, like the mayor has mentioned, around 56%, but you have some people that went up, small group went up, maybe went up 80%, or a small group that went up 20%. So just using that ballpark average, I mean, you would really have to be around 19 to generate a majority of savings, which means, I mean, you're trying to find maybe another $27 million in additional cuts to an already lean budget. So that's basically the analysis that I was doing in the back to answer that question, but it's around 19 or 20 again, depending on which subgroup that you're looking at.
Okay. Well, thank you. I really appreciate you doing that for us.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other questions? No? You sure? No? You're good? Councilwoman Melton?
Michael, you received an email from me asking you some questions about both the unallocated contingency and the OPEB trust, and how we, what is the, how do we go about, what is the strategy for coming up with those numbers? And I looked at those particularly because there were such sharp increases to those numbers this year, and we didn't have any historical data to know what had been done prior to this time, especially with OPEB. And you did reply to me, and since we don't have that email, I wonder if you could summarize basically what my questions were in a very broad way, and your response.
Yes, absolutely, Councilwoman Melton, and I do apologize. I actually had the email ready this morning, but the day just kept getting interrupted, and I couldn't.
I can share that later, but we don't have copies of it.
So I think I went into unallocated contingency. Again, a majority of that is for personnel. So I think when you look at unallocated contingency and personnel, when we have open union contracts, we are really trying to project what we're going to settle with that contract from a general wage perspective, benefits perspective, and whatever other benefits come out of negotiations. So it's not an exact science when it comes to unallocated contingency because it's an ongoing negotiation. And sometimes those negotiations can go on for a while. So when you look at unallocated contingency and one of our unions, for example, we're in negotiations. We're making a lot of progress, but next fiscal year, you really have to budget 2 years worth, or unallocated contingency has to be 2 years worth of salaries, right? Because their contract expired June 30th of 24. So it's those type of things that can increase unallocated contingency, and that budget goes up and down depending on where you are with certain areas. And again, on the non-personnel side, it's things like election expenses, right? We're in early voting. Last year was really the first year. We had some expenses this year that we had to supplement with unallocated contingency. We wanted to budget next year. So that's a budget that really fluctuates year by year. The OPEB side is in the email, this is kind of all spelled out, but just to kind of give a summary, OPEB is done every couple of years through a valuation. We have a company called Milliman, who's an actuarial. They look at every aspect, I believe, every 2 years on our OPEB. So they look at payroll, benefits, how many employees have you hired, how many employees retired, just different things. They look at the market, they look at everything. And that is what will determine what is our OPEB ADEC. We did not have an OPEB trust in the city of West Haven, and that was something that was established a couple of years ago. So that is something that we take into consideration in trying to fund that. Now, based on the last valuation and looking at a strategy over the next 7 to 10 years that can get that up to an accepted funding level, that's where we're seeing the increases going in. Now, again, we're based on the current valuation, we're seeing these type of increases over the next few years that we see in the budget. And again, as we also build the 5-year plan, you'll see that as well in the 5-year plan in building that out. But again, we want the OPEB trust up to an accepted funding level because that will help us offset in the future some of our retiree costs that we have to budget for in other areas. It is an aggressive strategy that we have going, and it's reviewed every 2 years as well. So again, we're going to see increases in the next few years. But at some point also, because of how West Haven's union contracts were structured related to retiree medical, we're actually going to see a decrease, in the next maybe 10 years or so on that OPEB. So we do have upfront costs in the next few years. But again, at some point, we will start to see that decrease. It is the standard. And again, a lot of cities and towns, even the state of Connecticut, has trouble funding OPEB. I mean, it's not something unique to just West Haven, but it is something that rating agencies, borrowers, even from an accounting standpoint, people have started to pay attention to. What is your OPEB liability? Which is, they look at that along with your pension liability as well. So a lot of things affect our OPEB and our OPEB payments going forward. I believe that answered a majority of your questions, but in a summary form. But another question that you had asked is about debt instruments and funding OPEB. So debt instruments, we mean pension obligation bonds, or they actually have OPEB obligation bonds. Again, that's really dictated by the market. If you don't have a good market, that's not a good idea for cities and towns at all. Because remember, you're really replacing your ADEC payment with a debt service payment, but that debt service payment also is dependent upon the market because you're also looking at that rate of return. And when it's a debt instrument such as an OPEB obligation bond, if the market is volatile, you're going to see less returns on that funding. So again, it's really a catch-22 when you look at like those type of debt borrowing mechanisms. I honestly, in my research that I did in answering your question, didn't really see a lot of cities and towns that utilized OPEB obligation bonds. Not saying there aren't any, that was just my research. online in reviewing that particular question. So I think our strategy is pretty well right now. Again, it is upfront cost, and it's not something that I'm saying we're going to stick with that strategy or, in the future or whatever the case is. We review that with Milliman. Over the last couple of years, we've made the ADEC payment for OPEB. It's been favorable with credit rating agencies. I think, definitely the MARB is something they've wanted us to do that. And especially, I think, the last couple of years, from what I understand, they were instrumental in helping us set up and recommending the OPEB trust. So that's kind of where that's a high level summary. I know that was a lot, but
Yeah. No. Do you wanna? Sorry.
I just had one follow-up, and you didn't. I think one of my questions. I mean, you're doing this calc based on the ADC calculation and an actuarial sort of what we would call the gold standard for funding it. Was there can you speak to there? I saw in some of the research that one approach would be to do sort of to fund the service contracts and then pay the rest of it out of current liabilities in your pension fund.
So I think in order, we would really have to have a fully funded pension, and I think to do that, and essentially having a fully funded pension, which doesn't always mean 100%. It's, I think the standard's 80% or above is fully funded. Then that would reduce that pension ADEC, and most of the time you shift that over to the OPEB side, and that's where you see your budgetary savings. Unfortunately, we're just not there, especially as the mayor has talked about, with the police pension side being in litigation between the state and the union. But I hope to get there eventually, because that would be great to have that pension.
If you were to
savings.
get there, you could look at that.
We could look at shifting the savings over to OPEB, and those are the different strategies that we look at. And again, Milliman, our actuarial service, they're really good at, because they do our pension analysis as well. It just makes sense to have one company that does both for us. So they're really good at looking at different scenarios.
You're welcome. I had a quick question. Do you think that being in Tier 4 affects the market for that reevaluation?
No, they just look at the general municipal
Okay.
and investment market overall. So when they do the valuation, that's one of the areas that they look at.
Okay.
Including our discounted rate of return, which is I believe 6.50.
Right.
So our rate of return affects the valuation, the market returns, how the
Right.
market is doing, union contracts, all of that stuff
Okay,
is what
that's good to
affects our
hear.
valuation.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Vargo?
Thank you. Just a brief follow up on the OPEB, because I know this is something that the trust is new to the city. It's new to the council. So it's a big number, and I know that we're trying to be aggressive with it. I guess really my question is MARB has touted this very nebulous statement of not having unsound financial practices. I assume that the concern of the administration is that if we don't properly fund the trust, that may be viewed as a unsound financial practice. And how is that being applied to the calculus here?
So as far as the calculation, they have the vendor Milliman they have their own set of calculations. I think it really goes back to your first point of unsound financial practices, because that is undefined, and they've hammered us on OPEB, investment policies, pension, obviously, since we're in litigation. They've hammered us on that stuff, and to the mayor's credit and other credit, and honestly to a couple of our members' credit, they do recognize, like I stated before, even the state of Connecticut has a high pension liability, OPEB liability. And again, it's not uncommon in cities and towns to have it, but I think because we are in tier 4 and they focus on that, it's not like pension where the ADEC is you should do that. Like that's that OPEB. Yeah, you may be able to or not. Cut 100,000 or so off of there. But again, as you mentioned, we're in tier 4 of the MARP. So how are they going to look at that as?
Right.
Because remember what you guys passed, because we didn't have the meeting and our status is in limbo. Now that means we have to submit the council approved budget to MARP. So is that something that they would look at?
So the way I look at OPEB is, and I'm sure a lot of municipalities across the entire United States do this, is it's one of those line items that if another is running short, it's easy to say I'm just not going to fund that for right now, and then it just compounds over time. And I'm not casting blame on anybody. I'm sure everybody had their reasons, but I'm sure that's probably what happened, and that's how we got, at least partially why we got to where we are. So I'm concerned that if we don't do this, are we just having history repeat itself?
Essentially, your OPEB liabilities, really, as you mentioned, it's just going to compound over time. OPEB liability is really something new also over the last 5 to 10 years, where they've really just started accounting for OPEB liabilities based on the accounting and GASB rules. But now that it's here, it is something that is paid attention to more. But you're right. I mean, if someone says you need to put $100 in your savings account and you only do 75, it's going to compound over time, your liability.
Now, I know that the answer is pretty obvious, but if we decide to maybe delay how aggressive we fund OPEB, maybe for another fiscal year, can you just walk us through of what that would look like? Is there a way to quantify what the impact that's going to be, maybe on the next budget or the budget after that?
It depends on the strategy that we would want to continue. I mean, we would certainly talk to Milliman in how it affects, because in the email that I wrote, it's a large amount. It's about, on average 500,000 increase the next few years over each year. So again, it's what we just said before. You're compounding that eventually. So in the next 2 years, they would take that into consideration when they're redoing the valuation of this is what we recommended. If you're staying with this strategy and this plan, you're probably going to see, 2 years from now in 27, it could have been 1.5 million. They may say it's now 1.8 million.
So eventually the tab's going to come due.
Yeah, I mean, again, as the valuations are done and recalculated, it could.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Councilwoman, no.
You mentioned a dip. In other words, so we're being aggressive. We're being aggressive up front because we're trying to kind of get to a point where, we're funding liabilities that we currently project will exist. But then at some point, you did mention that there will be a dip. Is there some way does the actuarial calculation take that into consideration for the long term? So there's the short term and then there's the long term. And can you sort of spread this out more evenly over time so that you're not taking such a big upfront hit?
So we can. I mean, that's basically changing sort of like our amortization schedule of how we look at the OPEB liability. I mean, different cities and towns take different strategies in funding OPEB. That's something that we certainly look at, and we can have our actuarial do in the next valuation cycle as far as look at our strategy. Again, as I mentioned, I think we look at the strategy and the strategy every 2 years when we're talking to Milliman. And again, we're going on their recommendation on continuing how we've done it over the last few years. But again, anything can change in the future. So
We understand that you have to leave. So
yeah, I got a few
didn't.
more minutes.
You have a few more,
Yeah.
few more? Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions? I know.
I know. I just want to be respectful of the questions.
I appreciate
You could have
that.
just booked and we wouldn't
I
know.
could have. Yep.
Sure.
See, I knew Mackie was going to have it. He looked at me and was.
You had an obligation. I was just wondering, is this OPEB trust the same thing as OPEB management in the city of New Haven, or is that different?
It's the same.
It is the same.
So in New Haven, they had we had created an OPEB trust, and employees in the city contributed to that.
Correct.
OPEB
That's what I was
trust.
going to
So
ask. Okay.
That's that funding. Correct.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
remember, the OPEB can only be used for retiree
Correct.
expenses. So once we move that money to the trust, we can't move it in and out, for different things.
So are those, is the city of West Haven employees, are they paying into that as well? Oh. Is there a reason? What'd you say?
No,
Oh.
honestly, because remember that's negotiated between in New Haven. That's negotiated between the city and the union.
Okay.
I know when I got here last year, there weren't a lot of union contracts that were up, so it's something that I can certainly bring back. But I think it just because OPEB is new to the city of West Haven as
Okay.
well. I don't think that was really considered
Would that be
as
something,
they were establishing the trust.
would that be something maybe we would think about rolling out in a couple of
I
years?
will
to
certainly bring it to
Okay.
to the mayor and everyone.
Okay. Just
But as
When-
union contracts come up,
why is everyone looking at me like that?
but again, this is a new concept also. And,
Okay.
with union contracts, remember, there's a lot of other things that go into that. So
Right. Okay.
Is everyone all set? Thank you so much, Mike.
All right,
We really
thank you.
appreciate it.
And again, I think as the mayor mentioned, I know we have tomorrow and Thursday, and I already have my staff on the lookout for any emails
Thank you.
that may come up. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will go into caucus for our deliberations. And yes, the time is 7:33. All right, we are coming out of caucus, and we are going to recess and reconvene tomorrow. The time is now 10:18.